Hello? It is time. All right. I've been noticing that my neck, like, it hurts to turn this away. at the end of the day. It's just like bad posture. Maybe I need to orient myself towards the screen more. Something like that. Okay. All right, I think what I got to do, I was going to do the motors and the spring. Just do the motors. Hi. It's not this. Right, because then I also move the joint data out, but... Okay, then there's an organization thing. That's it. There's an organization thing. So I need to... Okay. I think for now I'm just going to make something called a breakable joint that extends a shared 6-degree freedom joint. And then... So this one, okay. So here's kind of the issue. I have this stuff down here, but I need breakable joint to definitely be a thing up here. So I don't know. I was making it an add-on because maybe it could be something else, but it's looking less and less likely that that can be the case because I have, well, okay. I guess it would just go the other way around. So the shared 6-degree freedom joint will extend a breakable joint. And the beam joint would extend breakable joint as well. Okay. I'm trying to get myself into a comfortable position. Okay, so breakable joint, I don't really know how this will be set up yet. I just know that it's going to be here, and I guess... I don't know, for now I'll just start with something simple that's like a max force value. I'll put it at 1,000. I will make it a range. I guess the idea is if you're making one, I'll have one as a minimum force. I'll do like 5,000 steps of one. I don't know. This one's weird because I'm making like certain decisions about force values. This should just be the same value as my step value, which I'll put there. So now this will have to extend breakable joint. Though, I mean, I guess it technically doesn't have to. This is like the issue. I would like it to be... I would like it to be that. Oh, man, like a component thing would be great here. If I could just like put something onto the node. There is like a node-based method to do this where I would put a node underneath this that would do it, and that could be like a component system. But it doesn't work with a breakable joint. And I also kind of don't like that. There should just be a way to inherit this stuff. The way that shared 6-degree freedom joint works is ineffective. It works effectively, but I also kind of don't like the setup. I don't like that I have to do it in the way that I have to do it. All right, how about this? How about the breakable joint doesn't work this way? How about instead I make the breakable joint a node that I put underneath the joint, and that's how it works. It works in the case of the beam as well, because the beam should be... Well, I mean, the beam adds it as a deferred call, actually, so it won't be present at the start. Well, no. The beam is fine, because the beam works like this. Okay. All right, I think what I do is I put this underneath. It only needs to be a node, so I'm just gonna make it a node. And the purpose of this is that I find all of these, I So I go to the parent. The parent should be a joint, and that now locks those two into place. So I access the force in the joint, I access the max force from the breakable joint, and then that's how that works. Hey Yulia, the free weekend of Marathon ending tomorrow. Max player count during this week on Steam 40k. No way. Okay. I should probably not let myself be distracted, but I want to see. Yeah, it's funny. Like literally, I think that when I looked at it, it was 40,000. So I looked at it right before, literally at the moment of its peak, I think. Unless this is local time, then that wouldn't make sense because this would be like 10 p.m. I feel like I saw it at 40. Maybe it was like over here that I saw it then. But yeah, it didn't pass its... Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, I was saying that they need to like double their all-time peak, and then maybe they aren't gonna shut down. So I'm thinking this is just a shutdown. Server crash and the 6 hours maintenance during the first day kill the momentum. I mean, it's not like momentum can... I mean, that's not... I don't know. That's not really a thing with, like, games. If your game lives or dies by hype, then it's not a good game. Well, it can be a good game. It's just not worth... If it's not worth the attention it's getting, then that's that. Okay, so... Yes, here's my idea. So I don't want to do more nodes, but definitely, I believe. Okay, so there's a thing with the nodes. Okay, I need to go here so I can go to node 3D. Where's node 3D? Actually, it might not even be node 3D because this also has the child thing. So there's like a, I don't know if it's a signal. When the child node enters the scene tree, this goes all the way up, right? So this includes nested. Let me check child entered tree. This should also just be one of these because this is how it works in the first place. Notification. Oh, maybe not. Or it's probably just child order changed and then that calls stuff. Okay, this is all good. Let me just reload it. Because I bet it's probably broken. Okay. I want to find... child enter tree has got to be somewhere. Propagate enter tree. If data parent, we call the parent directly. Okay. So I don't get nested values. Watching marathon live stream for way too much. There's nothing to do in this game. Go and pick up items the NPC asked you. Don't die. This genre just sucks. I agree. I agree. I think it's got to be that the concept of the game is just so, it sounds so compelling to people that they will just play it and ignore the fact that they're just never even having fun. Or like overall, they're going to be way more annoyed and there's just no payoff ever. Like, it's not like it's a competitive game where your mistakes are your own and people are just better than you. Or sometimes you win a round, right? Or you can win a game. There's no win. There's no congrats. It's like gambling. Maybe it's just close enough. Maybe it pulls just enough. Its retention is just fast enough that it can feel like you're playing a gambling game. Like, I still think you need to have a base. You need to have a base. There needs to be permanent unlocks. Like new areas that you can't reach until you beat one area. That kind of thing. You keep player states, you just lose the gear. You'll find PvE for this. I mean, I think they are experimenting a little bit with like permanent progress where you have to do contracts and that improves your standing and then something happens from that. But it's not enough. That needs to be core. That needs to be the point of the game. That's not the point of their game. That's like they added that on to try to see if they could like keep players longer, kind of thing. The cryo achieve map, you unlock the map slowly. But is it new things to do? Is it new enemies? I think it's what I think that's what probably the whole what everyone's doing right now and misses is that ultimately people don't really care about loot. You don't actually care about having a brighter colored gun. You care about the challenges and like there's a thing to beat. It's a map that opens once a week. Okay, so child entry is only called directly on the parent, and it also looks like it goes down as well. It kind of goes down the list. What is this data blocked? Is this like some crazy way to have a mutex? Because I'll be honest, this is such a this is such a bad way to do a mutex. That is so easy to screw up. You know, I'm actually just curious now. What is that? I keep seeing it all over the place. I've seen this data thing that exists. Where's node? It's main node. What's data? MT. It is. Where's blocked? Huh? Oh, okay. It's not. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's a weird way to do it, though. Is there really not a better way to do that? I can't think of one. Because the reason for an integer instead of a boolean is because you want to treat it like it's a lock, but you want to treat it like it's a multi-lock. So 3 things can lock it at once. And it's specifically meant for traversal. So when you're iterating an array, you count up. And when you're done iterating, you count down. So you could have 2 nested loops. And both of them would not interfere with each other. So I'm supposing it is blocked or locked or something. Would just be checking if it's greater than 0. No way. Okay, so they wrote a method for this as well, but they should be using the method then. I mean, I guess here's the issue, right? It's not, I guess, such a big deal if you were to forget to decrement it, because maybe the idea is you would notice right away. But then the other problem is it's pretty much impossible to know where you made the mistake. Because as soon as one guy leaves it incremented and forgets to reduce it, that would be really hard to track. You're pretty much relying on get history to figure out where that happened. Definitely what it should be is like you take a value with some sort of lifetime so that if you call it here and then forget to call it down here, it's fine, because when the method returns, it's going to be decremented. But if you want to decrement it early, you can, and you could just be explicit. But if you forget, it's not actually a problem. I mean, it could be a problem, but like it'd be contained. I don't know, that one's weird. That one's hard. But I think it probably should be set up that way. An object that increments the counter and then decrements the counter when the object is destroyed. Then I guess you have to do like stack allocation in that case. You really don't want to do a heap. Okay, well, interesting. I see what it's doing. Child change does not propagate all the way up. I wonder though if child order changes. child order changed. Oh, if I'm making a plugin, I can actually listen to that node being put into the tree, but not really. I'm actually not sure. Okay. Basically, my idea with that is that I really don't need it because my thought was I would add it. I might add it at runtime, but then I'd be loading the whole thing in at once and it'd be fine. So I put breakable joints beneath these, and that's what I do. Though, I don't know, it feels a bit annoying, but it's also not because I can't really... Ideally, what it would be is this would be a thing that I could toggle onto any joint 3D, but that's not an option. So this is probably the only thing left, actually, is just to put it on... It's just to put it on a... Make it just a node. Make it a child of the joint that you want to make breakable. Because then I can put it on any of these and it would work for all of them. But also it means if I forget one, or if any of the numbers are inconsistent, damn it. That is a problem. Since the shared 6-degree freedom joint is my own thing, I could set that up that it can track this and share that information as well. One second. This is, I don't know. It feels like I'm doing something wrong. It feels like I'm doing something wrong because I have kind of a ridiculous amount of duplicated nodes. But they're all just a little bit different. They are all a little bit different. And I think I still want to keep this because I kind of have to manually set this all up. I can't really do it programmatically because otherwise I can't see it in the editor. And I'd like to be able to see it in the editor. But I happen to know that some things just won't. What the hell? What's up with this one? Why is this rotated? What? These ones are, I mean, they're not perfect. They're not. Oh, wow. Well, that's like just my mistake, actually. And that's actually a big problem. I need to fix that now. I actually have to fix that now. Because that messes with IK. I actually have to fix that immediately. I believe it would just be... Right, this is still... I believe it would just probably be like clicking these and these two, because I think both of these changed. And then I need to say like some way to orient them so that they point up, or that oh, there we go. Recalculate global Z. Cool. I'll just test these ones too. You know what? All of them. They should all do that. Bone roll, recalculate global Z. Okay. There. Export that. And then I think it's just... Okay. Good. None of the bone names or structure, layout, anything that should change. It should just be the rule. Ah, great. Okay, now it looks great. Now that's straight up. Very nice. Okay. I'm glad that was easy. Okay. Quick. Well, I'm more glad it was quick and easy. Okay. One thing that I can do is technically these attachments are all connected to this leg IK modifier. It's all connected back to this. This is all like the thing. It would be nice if I could abstract away the whole production of this, and instead I would just have resources and some position stuff, material. I say, yes, this joint should be breakable. Basically, the idea is I would construct one leg and it would duplicate that to all the other ones. It would handle leg targets because these are also relevant. Every single one of these is identical too. But I mean, I think the reason I'm saying that I don't want to do that is because, or I don't need to do that, is because this is one setup. There's basically just going to be one of these guys, and if I make... Is it really worth to try to figure that out right now? It would improve a lot of this, because then this resource would vanish, right? This vanishes. The breakable joint node would also kind of go away because I would just click physical skeleton and I would probably set up a list of all the joints that can break. Or not even that. It would be on the crawler. The crawler would handle that for me. Like somewhere in here, I'd have like a resource that would open up, and I'd go into it, and I would pretty much construct the whole thing. I would say, here's the locations, or like, here's, yeah, not even that. It would just be, here's the IK. Here's the setup. I want you to create a leg that looks like this, and it'll do that. It'll create that leg. And then additionally, I would have like, I'd probably have to use the custom. I don't know. That one kind of sucks because then it like loses. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to follow that practice. That's just a terrible way to do it. It would be a mapping that basically just says, okay, here's your leg, here's the chain, and I have to set up something for each of these leg segments. So that if somehow the structure changes, I would still start with like a close enough representation of it, but then it probably just wouldn't be able to load it because it doesn't match the right way. So it would just wait for me to fix the issue, and then it would load things in. But how would I really set this up? It would probably go in here, I guess, in the leg IK. I would have a resource. And then that resource, I would say, well, first of all, it would know for each chain, and each chain would kind of have like an individual offset. I have the front leg pair. I don't think there's a reason for me to have that, actually. I think that's just an organization thing. But then all through here, lower section, this one just attaches to root. Yeah, that's just the root bone. So I'd say like, use this mesh or use this scene for this. Use this scene for the mesh, right? That'd be like how I would set it up. Or I would just give it a mesh, right? Same thing. Probably more of a scene would be preferable. Well, maybe not. Because at this point, I do have issues. And if I want to make even one more of these of a different size and even a different bone layout, which I think I would have to, I immediately have to reconstruct everything from scratch. And I happen to know that all these legs are going to share the same, each segment is going to share the same mesh, or if they have different mesh, it's still going to be like paired or something. So even though I have 6 legs and 3 segments per leg, I would probably have 4 or 5 meshes total, and those would be shared across every leg. Every one of these targets is the same. Every one of these casts is the same. If I turn on the shape cast. They're all the same. I have them at a certain height offset. They pass through this. I like pivot them at this location. The targets are for IK. I mean, this setup, okay, so this part of the setup may not be so bad to manage individually. Though it does kind of suck to manage individually. Yeah, that's a crazy amount of parameters to have for a single leg. So that's kind of insane to manage. So yeah, it'd probably make more sense that this is a resource that if I want to share between two legs, I can. And I can just copy the resource. And I can be sure that their parameters are always going to match. The debug would probably... I guess that would also be nice to just have on the resource as well. So I only have to touch one of these to... If they all share the same parameters, which I think all of them will. Well, not entirely. Because some of these have a different... some of these have move spins and move offsets that the other ones... Yeah, so this one has a higher spin and a lower offset. And this one's probably the high offset, low spin, right? Also, it means if it's a resource, I can tune it while the game is running and see what happens and see the change. It would be live. Organization here doesn't really matter, I think. I just know that the location that this also... I didn't realize this. This should actually... This does have to be at the bone. This does have to be very specifically at the bone location, which it is not currently at the bone location. Yeah, right, so... I just changed the bone structure, and this would, if it was procedurally created, it would handle that for me. And this was just, yeah, there's just so many notes here. All right, can I do this right now? I sort of don't want to go in here and do a bunch of, I don't need to worry about that one. Yeah, it's really just adding this. Hey, Danilin. Honestly, I probably should have done this at the very start and made it procedural from the very start. It really has been like a big waste of my time. I guess now the thing is, I don't really know... Okay, I think here's what I do. I think I will make a new... I have too much intense music. Some of them are really cool, but like, it's just... too much. Gosh, I don't know. Is it a good idea? Is it a good idea? Should I do it now? I will definitely, I know for a fact I'll think of myself later. So, and I'll be like, wow, I can change all these parameters now. Via resources and everything just is so nice. It's going to be so nice. But also it's kind of crazy, I think, to set this up. To set this up that way. Is it? Here's the thing. When I throw it into a scene, I need to see it. The whole thing. But... okay, I've got it. I've got it. The way I'm going to do it is I'm going to have... So the big crawler has the skeleton, and I think it's like, yeah, editable children's turned on. So I need to point it to... well, really I just have to point it to a skeleton. I give it a skeleton. I'll point it to the skeleton. And it... yeah. And then it'll handle this stuff. So it will... will it create a physical skeleton? What does physical skeleton have? Yeah, I mean, it can create these. Okay. And then the leg IK modifier, I can set it up. Okay. Basically what I would have is I'd have a button. I just have a button that says build crawler or rebuild crawler or something, right? And what it will do is it has the skeleton, it has these legs, so it will construct the legs based on resources that I set up. It will construct all the bone attachments, so to delete bone attachments. I can use meta information to say that like this was created by this crawler script, so I can very just quickly go through and delete everything that the crawler script created, and then rebuild it from there. So then it's physically here. When I hit play, when I load a scene, it will load this scene and the script does not run. It's an editor only thing. And then I can be sure everything's going to be oriented correctly. If I say that I want a leg segment to be longer and I want it to apply to every leg, that's going to be really fast to do that. Because then I just have to change one collision shape parameter, or not even that. It would basically just be... I mean, I guess it would be the shape. So I would change the shape. I would change like an offset value, and then I would change a mesh and an offset value, and then hit build, and boom, the whole thing is updated immediately. I think especially for the leg parameters, these are kind of crazy to manage. These could definitely be on a resource. Okay. That's the idea. So what I will do is I make a new one, duplicate. I'll just call it rock, I guess. Got a new one. And why is the environment like this now, though? Yeah, okay. Now for what this is, I have many, many lines of code. I should probably make this a script. A separate script. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a separate script just to organize it a little bit. It's not going to be a node or anything. It's just going to be a pure script. In fact, I think this is probably where I start the resource stuff. So the resource is actually going to create it. I don't really have to make it a named thing. Okay, but if I want to save it, it does have to be a named thing, so. Okay, so the very first thing that I know I would have is a button that will say it would be nice if I could change the text. I probably can. I probably can. Well, I'm actually not sure. Property hint tool button. If it is not a callable or it is not a tool button, hint text. Okay, so I can. So but I still have to list it here. I'm doing this thing where I like twist my head a weird way. I guess the thing is owners. I'm still not entirely sure how owners work and what. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can figure it out. I don't think about it right now. Is bake literally an oven? I'll call it bake. So sweet method. I guess it can be an open method. I don't know why I've like landed on this like way of setting things up. Will it be used on tool? Well, yeah, obviously. Also, this is a button. Why does it need to be used in the class? Where I basically call it like an editor. I had this editor prefix to it. I feel like it just kind of makes sense to specify that this is meant to be used through the editor and not called by any other script. I guess that's kind of the point of it, right? But then I think usually these don't really do anything different. Oh no, yeah, the difference here is that when I call it through here, this is like an editor thing. So I'd say like if there's not an editor, we don't do anything. That's actually a big difference. And then there's just certain things that it needs to do, like... So it kind of manages things like this. So the first thing it does, it needs to go through, it needs to find every child in this scene tree. And, well, not even that, because it needs to be provided. It needs to have a parent. It needs to have the crawler, the main crawler body. So now to be given a crawler character. Node export is only right. So this has to be a node path. Well, I guess not really. The resource will just give it the crawler. I can say here if not crawler. Is it like what am I looking for? There's something here that I'm looking for. Editor inspector. I've got it somewhere. Who does things? Physical skeleton does things. These, the share joints have it. Interface, dialogue. Oh, no, I don't want that. Is that just it? I have to do all this. I don't know, I'll just do Tosis just fine, I think. Guess I need one of those. Can a resource have a button? Because it's telling me that it's unused. I guess I'll figure it out. If I have to move the button out, then that's fine. I could just move this, and then the crawler can have this, and then the crawler would just call this. So if there's no crawler, we can't do anything. And then what I want to do is I want to check to see if there are any nodes that I have constructed. And I only care about children of the skeleton, so... Well, I guess I'll do this. If not... am I sure that I'd be creating... I would be creating... Yeah, this is primarily responsible for creating the bone attachments, but this will also create the leg targets. So... I mean, I guess it also needs to have IK, an IK modifier. So I'm just doing all these checks. Save all this, and then the IK needs to have settings. If there's nothing for it to even do in the first place, this is also a problem. There would be nothing to build. Okay. So then I check to see if I have any nodes that I've made. And I guess I only care about direct children because I would do the same. I would just... Well... Yeah, I guess probably what I should do is put these as... At least the light targets, I can organize them. These bone modifier targets, I cannot actually organize those. So... You know, I just got an idea for something that might be helpful. A special node type that when it loads, it just deletes itself. What would be the point of it? The point of it would be to organize. So I would just create one like here and say like this area is mine. I don't know. I kind of wish Skeleton 3D allowed you to put these modifiers inside of a node. You know what? I can make that happen. I can actually make that happen so I can organize this. Come on. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. What was I looking for? I was looking for skeleton modifier. I'm probably not going to find it with this search. It would be nice to be able to do this for organization. Because I would really like all the leg targets to be in one node, and then all of the... What are the modifier bone targets to be in another node? Then I don't have to look at them. Or at the very least, organize it by leg. So I could say front right, and then it would have these three, and then front left, and have these three. Anything. Even like one layer. So I guess what I'm looking at here is if I want to add this, why hasn't it been suggested? Probably because no one is making 18 bone attachments. That's probably why. No one's doing this. No one's doing that, right? But I want to do that. So I'm sure that the modifier skeleton modifier, it'd be a skeleton modifier. When these run, they enter the tree, they look at their parent, and their parent has to be enter tree, parented, update skeleton, calls get skeleton, and then get skeleton. Okay, so these are not responsible for locating the skeleton. The skeleton is responsible for locating them. Godot has a new sponsor, Xbox. Awesome. That's great. Can I press the right keys? That's great. Skeleton. Who was it? Was it Battlefield? Was using Godot's editor for map making, right? It's Battlefield. Skeleton 3D here. I'm looking for skeleton ID. Okay, so then how does it work? How do we work here? Oh, wait, never mind, it is. Update skeleton path. Old skeleton, get skeleton, update skeleton path. Yeah, if we could just pay attention. Okay, but it's also not, because then the skeleton actually reads through its children to know how to modify them. So, damn. Wow, yeah, that's bad. That's actually really bad. So, here's what I got. The skeleton modifier is responsible for deciding who is the skeleton it belongs to. And then the skeleton is responsible for what modifiers belong to it. So both of them could disagree. Like technically they can disagree. I think the skeleton 3D, which would make sense to me, which is why I looked here first, because I want to see where it came from. I was like, oh, right. Of course, the skeleton 3D is responsible for locating them and telling them, hey, you're mine. But it's not. For some reason. Find modifiers. Get child count. Get child. So yeah. This could run one of two directions. Either the skeleton modifiers search up their hierarchy for a skeleton and say, okay, hey, I'm a modifier for you. Or the skeleton searches down its hierarchy to find modifiers and say, all right, hey, modifier, you're part of me. Instead, they both just look at the modifiers look at their parent and say, oh yeah, this must be mine. And the skeleton looks at its children and says, oh yeah, these must be mine. I mean, logically those are sound, but code-wise, I don't think it should work that way. I think a skeleton should be watching for children being added, children being removed and moved around, and it should keep an internal track of what its modifiers are and what order it's going to call them in. And I think the way that makes the most sense is that also just with how modifiers are scripted, with the way that you script the modifier, you only get one method. You get process modification with delta. So you don't get a ready, you don't get anything like that. You get process modification with delta, and then you check to see your skeleton. And then if for some reason you need to do something when your skeleton changes, you can do that too. I don't know what validate bone names is. Such as when entering the scene tree or changing a skeleton. I mean, I guess that's the purpose of... This one doesn't really care about bone names, but I guess that would be the purpose of IK modifier, because part of its settings is tracking the bone names. So I guess you can check that. But key thing is here, nothing... The modifier should be performing no logic outside of these methods, I guess. But why has that not been recommended? Shared skeleton modification stacks. I don't even know how that... What does that even mean? You can't share these. You can't share a modification stack. Wait, what? Skeleton modification stack? A what now? Sorry. A what now? These are resources. Huh. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Hmm. Please submit feature proposals in the Godot proposals repository, not here. Well. Well. What was it doing? I just wanted organization. I guess I can't have that, so I don't care. I won't. I will not care. I will choose not to. Okay, so I'm looking for children of the skeleton. Children. I don't need to include internal. I'm gonna do if child get meta. I will make this a constant. I'll just say meta owned. Yep. And then if there's nothing, or if there is something, I'm gonna do something where I have to return, and then otherwise, I think I would still like to have a pop-up to like confirm, because this will just create a bunch of nodes. And if it creates a bunch of nodes, it could just be annoying to delete them. I guess there's a concern that possibly some amount of lag could start to happen. Here's kind of an issue. These target nodes are... What are these? I think these are node paths. I don't know. Crawler, leg, IK. Get target node, returns a node path. Okay, so yeah, they are node paths. I mean, I guess probably the idea here is I would reconstruct a leg target, and these are just meant to be markers, right? These are purely markers. They have nothing else. So the setting, I could read through the settings. I would just create the targets. And here's what I'll do. I'll just make confirmation dialog. And then I've got text and then a confirmed. Or it's dialog text. I'm watching a Scooby-Doo scene outside. These birds are chasing each other across the road. And they're just running. They just went that way, and then they just came back the other way. And they're just running. Now they just went back the other way again. It's literally a Scooby-Doo scene. Except this time they're in the yard. I saw a third bird fly at them. Fly in their direction. Why is it being so odd about this? What do you mean? Oh, I haven't initialized it yet. Yeah, that would make sense. I need to change the title on that one. This one will just be really simple. They are still running. I'm kind of surprised they did that much. Like that's got to be tiring, right? Like I mean they can fly, but like running is not something that they normally do, right? I'm sure those are probably the same two birds that have been hanging out around the house too. Notes will be deleted. I like text. So we'll add nodes to that's probably good enough. And then I need confirmed, right? Does a signal connect to a function? It'll just connect to yeah, it'll say clear crawler and then call build crawler. Right, so that's what happens there, and then this will just go straight to build crawler. Alright. I think all that's in. So now I can just do build crawler. So I guess the easiest thing to set up is to set up the target nodes and place them in the right locations. And then clear crawler, I'm just going to make this simply run through the child list and then delete everything. Yeah, I think I have to queue free. I can't actually delete them. I have to queue free. Though I would like it to be a bit better, so instead I'll just do like I'll do a to remove list, which will be an array of node. So then I can just directly remove them. Call of Duty Black Ops 7 recorded the lowest sales in the franchise since 2008. What did they release in 2008? Yeah, that should be better. Can't believe the giant Dark Souls man didn't sell the game. Yeah. It goes through those, deletes them. Okay, and then in creation, I think, still going to organize it sort of in this process where I just have a leg targets node, and that node will contain all the targets. I will do this. Well, I don't care about that actually. I was going to say, I'm going to make sure that the IK modifier is not enabled or not active at the moment, but it should not be active. I just hit the mic again. Sorry. Alright. So what I will do is I will, create target nodes first. I need to get the leg IK at the front. This would be a range. Okay. Well, this isn't really that case, but I do need to match it. So now I need to consider this setup. I think I want to leave the button at the top or the bottom. I'll leave it at the top. So the idea here is within this crawler layout, I need to define. I don't know if I really want to define pairs of legs in that sense. But I suppose I don't think I'm gonna make anything with 3 legs. Though I could. Nothing in the world that has 3 legs, right? There's nothing has 3 legs. Nothing has an odd number of legs like that. If it does, then it's like a centipede with 100 legs and it lost one of them. Now it has an odd number. And it does not even affect how it moves. So always working in pairs of legs. So I have an export. But I think it's also set up. No, I think in this case, I don't have a reason to specify leg pairs. I'm just operating purely from what's the skeleton, what are the chains? Or yeah, what are the chains and what are those on the skeleton? And that's the whole construction. So yeah, essentially I just have a list of some sort of leg thing, and those should match one-to-one with settings. If they don't match, then I can't build. Yeah, if they don't match, then I can't build. Let me. Okay, I'll just create this and see what it looks like. Because I'm seeing something that might be a bit annoying. And I might have to change how the exports work. I may need to export a serialized thing and then display something different. Or display like that. Basically so that I'm still operating purely from something that is like saved, but I don't have to worry about checking my setting count. If settings are invalid, then I clear it and then I lose all the data, which is what happens with leg IK. If the skeleton bone layout changes or it can't find a bone, it wipes every setting. Which if it was just a pure resource, that wouldn't be a problem. Now a funny thing here. So this is a node 3D, and it has these exports. However, those are the only two nodes, and technically this doesn't have to be a node. Though it might, because it may use its own transform at some point. It does use its own global transform. Basically, what I was about to name this was crawler leg, but then that doesn't really work. So I'll say this is a leg layout. And then specifically on resources, there's a problem with giving this a default value. So I can't do that. I think there's a problem with that. Because I think it's shared between different resources, which messes with stuff. What does resource get? Kinda nothing. So I don't know if leg layout is correct, because layout, I mean, I guess that is correct. Yeah, it's correct. It's a fine name. And then the leg layouts would have like segment pieces, which I would like to essentially I need to match the number of leg layouts to the number of IK chains, or IK settings, I guess. And then I need to match each individual layout to have the same number of segment settings as there are joints -1 or whatever, also excluding the last one, because that's going to be a leaf node every time. Yeah, how many segments are there? Yeah, because it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. The last one would be ignored, so I would just have 3. So yeah, then each one has to have this piece. And then, you know what I'm thinking at this point? I'm thinking I probably would just map this out of here entirely, and I would reconstruct the leg IK every time. Because otherwise I have to go in here and I have to match these things together. And that's going to be really annoying. And also if the bone structure changes, that all breaks. I have to set up every time anyway. So I may as well go all out, right? So if I'm going to go all out, this is going to construct the leg IK, and I'm not going to read from settings. I'm going to create the settings. And I will assign the leg IK. So I don't care about this. So I'm going to say, let's not delete all of that. I want to do this. I want to say, I'll call it a leg plan. And I can go up here. It needs to be a skeleton, and then at this point I would say, yeah, I'm just gonna like pull these settings out. And I don't care about crawler leg IK because I'm just gonna delete that. So a leg layout, I need to make sure it has, well, I need to make sure the crawler layout has these things at the top. And I'll probably just copy this stuff. We'll just keep the defaults and the documentation, so number of iteration loops used by the IK solver to produce more accurate results. And actually, yeah, I will do. I'm gonna make an improvement here. When I type in max angular delta, this is for a single iteration. This is really not what it should be. I should specify how far could something move if it wanted to move a maximum amount every frame or every iteration, because otherwise I have to consider both of these together. So I have to say, oh, my max iterations is 10 and I want 10 degrees, or I want one. Yeah, if I'm setting it up here, I have to say max iterations is 10 and angular delta limit is 1, and that means I get 10 degrees in a single tick. That's not how it should be. It should be I set 10 degrees as my limit, and I crank up iterations to improve accuracy, which just means I say for each step you can't go more than whatever division of the degrees that is. So I'm going to do that. What's this one? 1. That's fine. I don't think I have the say prefer slider. I think it will load it like that for me. Minimum distance between end bone and the target. The iteration will only run while the distance is greater than this value. It kind of needs to have something though, right? And yeah, this kind of precision just makes no sense for that. What's the default? 2. So it'd be 4 times 2, so that'd be 8. And then deterministic mutable bone axes. I'll just put both these up here as well. I will default to true. And default to false. I'll just say generally I'm just gonna write that. Turn these breaks limitations or should be turned off. And then I won't mess with influence. I'll just leave that as 1. Right. So I just want to put this on here and see what it looks like. Just go to leg IK, and I think I'm going to change this out. I don't want that to be an export. This will not be export anymore. This will be set up by... Okay, it will be an export, but I'm going to hide it. So it's only on storage. So I can't see it here. And then I'm going to export the resource. Do not parse global class. Right. And then this is just going to do nothing. Why won't you appear? Reload scene? Oh, it's really broken now. Well, where's the bug? There is no bug, it's just being annoying. Reload project. Oh look, there is everything right there now. Great. Create one of these. And now I have the buttons. Awesome. So now I would just need crawler character to have a set here. Are resources null? What can a resource is an object? Okay, so it can be null. So I need to clear that. And then I set this to be value, and then I just do the same thing again. Though I'm gonna use a set. Yeah, I'm gonna use a function instead. Okay. And the idea is that because I know that this stuff is super inconsistent, the ready function will call this. I don't think I call anything on legs yet. I do update body mass. Update body mass requires this goes to the rigid bodies. It creates the bone map. It goes to the IK setting count, which is fine. Okay, so by this point I need to have it also needs to do a check that the IK even exists. Okay, but I think I'm generally fine because this shouldn't do anything yet. I just need to know if at some point down here leg setup. Let me check that. Do we try to access... I don't think we really access anything. Yeah, it's more just important that at some point in here, it will apply the layouts. It doesn't really have to matter. It doesn't really matter when. Though I do return here. So I guess I might actually just put code right here. So I will just set layout to itself, which will be a little recursive. Or I guess I can just say if layout self, not this. And I'll just do that here. That's all I really have to do. So I guess I don't need the setter. But I kind of do also need the setter. So. Yeah, it's just got to do that. So I clear, check outputs, make sure I'm not... Strange is happening. Good. I can click. Layout has no leg plan. Nothing would be done. Perfect. Set that to 0. We'll set this to 10. Technically it's like 10 degrees, but if I also think about this as... Well, no. I need to remember that. It's not that the IK needs to be limited to a realistic angle change. It's that I just need to limit the target node from moving too quickly. But I guess I also should do the same thing here, shouldn't I? Because if I'm always working with small angles, then they should be small angles. So, okay, I'll say 10, and I'll say... I will also just delta that by the engine speed, by the engine physics tick. Degrees per second. I could probably just search for like radians as degrees. It's somewhere up here. Right, U00B0. Okay, just give me the degree symbol. It is B0. Okay. Can I write that? Oh, wow, I can. I don't really care, I just want to be like that. Total angular change allowed per second. divided evenly between each iteration relative to the current engine. It's like engine physics. Physics ticks per second. Okay. So I do all that. And the first thing I will do is I will actually create. Okay, let me match this stuff up. So I need a leg layout to look like this. I need to give it yeah, I guess I also give it the rest correction angle. But I'll start with the root bones. Or the bones. These will be set up so that they can load in the names. So they will have to figure out. Yeah, okay. So I think this is the idea then. This is going to be a custom export that is only on storage. And then I use I do some management myself, because I think what this does, yeah, there's like the add element here at the end. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll have add, and I can just plug it in. And I can load and save them. I think, okay. It's just that the array is messy to work with as an export, because I need to. A resource can't say, hey, what array am I part of? It doesn't know that. So someone has to create it and tell it, and then place it. So maybe what I do is I just read for... I can probably just listen to property list changed, or... I can't listen to its own signal because I don't have an entry point for a function. Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, it's just that it literally is just a fact that I think when I add an element and when I remove an element, the entire array passes through the set. But if I change an element, then I lose it. I don't know that the element has changed. But it might be that there is like the... the changed signal. But like I said, I can't really connect to that. I can probably wire it so the crawler character listens for it. It listens for property change and then informs the layout about that. So it can check specifically to see if any of its like layouts need to update their internal like skeleton connection, right? So yeah, I'll do that. The signal is not emitted automatically for properties of custom resources. Well, maybe property list changed always happens whenever I do that. I'll put this up here. Okay. What's the problem? Could not parse like layout. Yeah, these still don't really have anything to do yet. Let me close these. What if I click back here? Reset. Yeah, whatever. Quick load. Not quick load, I mean. Yeah. No. Just make one. Just. Oh, God. What do they do to resources? Custom resources are just so buggy. You have to restart the editor every time. Like if an error happens, I have to restart the editor for anything to start working again. What are you talking about? That's just a lie. I know that's a lie. In fact, I'm gonna close testing. Okay, where's the... Right. I made it a hidden property, so just make it normal export. Okay. Add element, set leg plan. It calls the set. Yeah, okay, so it's not doing anything. Oh, but it did call set leg plan. Okay, well, set. But if I were to... Is external the same? I mean, that's just not true. Okay, wait, changing it is doing something. They fixed that. Okay, so I don't need to worry about it then. So I don't have to worry about it. It's calling set leg plan every time. Alright, we're fine. They must have fixed that at some point, or maybe I fixed that and I forgot. But that's absolutely been a problem in the past. Okay, but this, yeah, so now this is not necessary anymore, which is great, because I don't want to do that. These all need to keep track of a skeleton so they can actually load in properties or bone names. Well, actually, they don't need to keep track of a skeleton. I think what I'd like to have happen is that these just know the layout they're assigned to, and they can just call a method to get. Yeah, they would call a method to get the bone names. Hey, Pick, what's the dog doing? The dog is sleeping. Yes, the dog is sleeping. So yeah, this just needs to have the access to the layout so that I can get the bone names. Why don't you like null? Because you can't parse each other, so you're both mad. Okay. And now you're fine. And then we direct them to ourselves, and then we would have a method. And this has the crawler. And it would be nice, well, I was gonna say it'd be nice if it's a cache. That's kind of the point of doing this, isn't it? I mean, it should just be set one time. Also, I don't think these are supposed to be string names. Yeah. Why did it propose skeleton 2D for that? This is a range. Bone names add. I think this is how it works. How does it determine that? Oh, I guess it just adds them down the list, right? Yeah, okay, that would make sense. And then here's the better thing. Okay. So now this can obtain that, and then I can say didn't I have something around here that was getting bone names? Yes, this does that. Crawler leg. It would have to be a validate property. Yeah, okay. Oh, I can just call skeleton get concatenated bone names, and then I don't have to do. Smart. Okay, so yeah, it just will. Yeah. And then it returns this. What does it return? Get concatenated bone names. Returns a string name. Yeah, just return an empty list there. Okay. That's way better. So I have validate property. I need the property though. And then this would have to be a tool because it has to run. And then how do I export that? Just like that. Hint enum, so this will be a root bone and an end bone. And then I don't think I'm ever going to use extend end bone, so I won't start with that. then I can just say property hint string will be. I also don't have to actually set the hint there. I just have to set the hint string. It should be. That's not language and layout. I guess I can do if layout first. And this would just be an or. Can I just say ends with? Name is a string name. There's begins with, ends with. Does it have to be given a string? Yeah. Let's give it a string. That's better. Okay, so it ends with bone. And I do that. Like layout, and then this doesn't work yet? Why does it not work? Just gonna reload project. I'm sure that should have loaded immediately because these have been given their layout the whole time. These have it. Okay. So I hit delete, I will hit add. Right, these are allowed to be null. Delete, add, like layout, and there's the bones. Good. And then it looks like they fixed this. When did they fix this? Because I know that this slider used to cover this entire left side, so the entirety of this would be squashed over here. Yeah, that's nice. And also that changing it also caused the setter. Okay, so now I can assign that. So I guess I'll just start. So I start with this, and then I end. Oh, this is the front right. There. Okay, so just keep going on the list. And then it would load. At that point, I would assign a rotation axis and a limitation, and then I could do this if I have a limitation assigned. But yeah, so I'm just gonna keep following that. And then yeah, it needs to, so I set these, but then I need to have a set of these joints. So it'll be like, what's the first one, what's the second one? Those joints can display a bone name that they are set with just for utility, but they will also be saved as individual resources. So leg layout will have um, yeah, I think it will be. But I guess the issue is that if I make one here, I don't know if this means I can create one. I'll just see. Yeah. So I'll just see what this does. Okay, yeah, it has no clue what to do with that. All right. That's fine. That is fine. I'm going to rename these. Because they really should have these names. And it might even be wrong to specify this as that, because I'm not. It directly relates to an IK. So yeah, all right. I know that I'm gonna have a robot with 2 legs. That's absolutely certain. And I would probably like to share that. And it's not even gonna have like 2 legs. It's also gonna have there's some abstractions that I'll figure out when I get there, but for now I don't know what they are, so I'm not gonna make them. But I know this is certain. So So this one's going to be the visual bone name, which it looks like it's kind of trying to be an enum, but I just know that it's a string name. This will have to be a tool because it needs to set that. And these are string names. Okay. And these need to have, when these change, it needs to tell the joints to reset. So I'll just do it like this. Crawler with an L. So the idea is I need to know, I guess I don't need to know how many there are. So I need to collect every name, every named bone in between, and how many there are from the end to the root. And also just do a validation to make sure that this is a chain, that starting at end I can find root, just going through the parents. So I have layout. Yeah, I think I'm not really doing anything. I think I'm just okay, let me do this. Let me say the crawler layout, when it applies the crawler, it needs to refresh everything. So right. Well, I won't do that. I'll do okay. And then up here, this would call that. What's the problem? There are no problems. There is a problem. So when I change either the bone, I have to update the joints. Leg layout. When I set itself, I would do, I'll just tell I need to tell it to do something. I think I probably just stick with this. And then I need to have something here that's like, let's see, refresh. Which we'll call update joints, and this will just pass for now. And basically the idea is I go into each leg joint and I'll just set its bone name to what I think it should be. But that's all I'm going to do. That's all I'm going to do. If there's too few, then I just stop early. If there's not enough, same thing, I just stop early. I guess what I mean to say there is if there's too many joints in the list, or there's not enough. If there's more joints in the list than there are in the chain, then at some point the bone name will just say like unknown bone or something. And also I'm going to deliberately ignore the last one every time as well. So I only have to set what's actually relevant, unless I turn on extend to end bone, and then it matters what I set rotations to here. But I'm probably never going to use that. So I won't start with it. So I start with the layout. I call this is a crawler leg layout. I go through each of those. I say, I just set the layout. These get in here. Whenever I set that, I call refresh. Refresh calls update joints. I go through each. I need to build a list of bone names, but I need to go through all of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do so if the index exceeds the size of some list, so I'll just say I'll just do like just pretending stuff exists. Bone name equals I'll say that, and then I need a constant up here. Yeah, it'll just be like bone. Okay. Otherwise, joint bone name will be equal to bone names index. So I need to build this list. And yeah, the idea is I just start at the end, I go up until I find the root. If I don't find the root, then that's an error. When I do, I take that list and I just reverse it. Sorry. Starting at the end bone. Well, we are not equal to -1. And I can just check here if bone index is -1. This would mean I didn't find one. So I'll say push error. And then I have an issue where this needs to know its own index, actually. So this needs to know its own index so that it can actually do some error reporting. I start at -1 and I just add right away. So this is it knows this is the layout. So this is going to be and I'll do like layout index blank. I misconfigured bone chain. Failed to find root bone. Okay. And now I would do layout index, layout resource name. I'll actually do path, resource path. I'll do this. Resource name, resource path, bone, and bone. Great. Return. Okay. So bone index is not -1. I am skipping the end bone. So I will do... I need to be able to access the skeleton at this point. So crawler layout. I can access crawler from crawler layout. Okay. So let me try to load the skeleton. And I'm fine with that just being an error for now. Get bone parent. I'll be right back. I'm back. I forgot to stop the music. Whoops. Took my dog out. He is shedding so much hair. I have to comb, I have to brush him. I probably have to brush him like 3 times a day. That's probably what I need to do. So I did it in the morning. And I just did it again and he had even more hair this time. Okay, so while bone ID is not -1, I am adding this to the list. Yeah, so I add it to the list and then I check if this one is the root bone. Changing it to name list. Okay. Bone name will be equal to that. And then if the bone name is equal to our root bone, then we are done. If it is not, then bone ID is skeleton, get bone parent, bone ID. Right. And then here I do name list reverse, which reverses it in place. And what are you mad about this for? Argument 1 should be int, but is a string name. Ah. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll do get bone I or find bone. And I run a while true. And instead I do this and if bone ID is -1, break. So this means the very first thing is I get the parent of this one and then I get the name of that one. And if the bone name is what I was looking for, then I'm done. Great. Okay. I think there was something else that I wanted to... No, it was just this. I just needed to do that. Oh yeah, I have to do a check here at the start. But I guess I just do this. If bone ID is equal to -1, then I will just push the error and say that I cannot find. Failed to find bone But to find bone ID for end bone, return, save. Okay, and then while true, I get the parent of that one, so this will skip the leaf. I'll even note this note. reverse, I do that, and then that's that. So now I should be able to see it. So if I do click here, get bone names non-existent call. Huh? It's right there. What are you talking about? Non-existent function get bone names. Yeah, that's just stupid. That is just plain dumb. So reload project. It's so weird. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care about any of that. Invalid assignment with value on base object nil. Okay. That does matter. That is a thing. So I click this. This has a null, so I will delete. I will add. I add. And then it did not track the bone name. So now the leg. What? Set joint list. Joint list has to have a set. Now, the joints don't actually know anything about the outside, so update joints. So I can delete, add, front right femur. Add, front right tibia. Add, front right tarsus. And I can add another one. It's not really a problem, but it says bone not found. And then this should be read only. Yeah, nice. Though I'd kind of like it to look like that. So I guess I could still make it like an enum. Cool, okay. What is enum suggestion? It looks like that's just exactly what the other one uses. I'll just use enum so it's not, that thing isn't there. Or I could also just make it a string. Because it doesn't actually need. Doesn't really have to be anything else. Okay, though I guess I don't like that it does that. So I'll just make it pretend like it's an enum, even though there's nothing for it to be. Okay. Great. It's all there. So now I can have my rotation axis, which is going to be these options. And when it is custom, it pops that up. But I don't think I'm going to use that. This one isn't enum. The names are XYZ all in custom. I believe the names... How do you want me to do it? Yeah, okay. All? It's gonna be an int. What's the default? All? No description available. Okay. I feel like I might not be spelling that right. Spelled it right, okay. Right? Yeah. Um, I'll put this in its own group just so it can be hidden, I guess. It doesn't work that way though. Well, I guess it does actually work that way. Because limitation will just have that and then... And in fact, I don't even have that. I'll just do an angle and the offset. I will probably just derive the right axis from the rotation axis. Although I guess in that case, what would be the right axis for... I don't even know what right axis means, honestly. I don't think it actually means anything. I think it's not applicable to the swing or the twist. What is this? This is a cone. Yeah, a cone 3D. I don't think a right axis is even applicable here. So, you know, I don't know. I feel like I should drop them, but maybe it matters. These are not normalized. That's fine. so little space. This actually needs to go down here. I don't think I need to share a resource at this point, though I guess it's probably best to just make it the resource instead. So I'll just make it the resource. This is the joint limitation cone 3D is something. The joint limitation 3D. So right axis is also an integer. It should be under here. Set joint limitation right. I don't know why I thought it would be there. It's obviously just here. Which I probably... Nope, that's skeleton 3D. Rotation axis comes from secondary direction. So this comes from chain. Okay. So this comes from IK modifier 3D setting. Okay. Secondary direction at none. It's a skeleton modifier. Jeez. Okay, so same thing, integer plus x minus x. Yeah, just same order. Default is, yeah, just none. It's going to be none, plus minus, plus minus, plus minus, custom. When I do custom, I get this right axis vector. Okay. Same thing, not normalized. Yeah, okay. Okay. I think it's everything. Right? So go here, this one. Defaults to all, I would set that to be Z. I don't have a custom axis vector. Reset all of these. And then I will go ahead and copy this. It does like that this minimizes every time. I wish it wouldn't do that. Alright, but now there it is, so 60 degrees. And then there's none of these things. I guess I'll just set that. Why not? And then I will name this femur joint. And I'm going to go ahead and save it, because now I can. I do call this big crawler. This isn't really big crawler though. Let's call like normal. This will be and then the extra stuff that will happen here is I'm gonna put all this into a group. Should be a subgroup. And this will be called like IK settings. So now it's organized into IK settings, right? So then the idea is I'll now be able to do like I'd be able to set up like what the 6-degree freedom joint can do. So I'd have like motors or things like that. So it'd probably be like another that is like part of IK, I guess, but it's also not directly connected. It is definitely still IK related. Okay, so I'll organize this. So this would be here instead. So get the rotation axis, limitations. So that has a weird. That's just a weird. That's an insane UI bug. What is this? Oh, the naming is odd. Ah. It doesn't have a name, so it's broken. I'll call it limitation resource. And then can I still paste? I cannot. Okay, do that. Now I can. Cool. And then I could do that. Okay. Save. Awesome. And that's all the IK settings handled. So then I would have like region. This would be yeah, I think here is where I would define related to this. So I would say like what kind of, okay, it's always going to be, I think, a generic 6-degree of freedom thing. But I think mostly what I'm looking for is to say like motors and drives. I think is all I really want. So I'll just say motor settings, and I would just be like which ones are enabled and what what's their like powered torque limit and what's their unpowered torque limit. And then also it's like, I guess if I say 0, then that just effectively means disable it, right? And then probably just have like a, I think it would be, I would say it might be nice to say whether or not a joint specifically in the chain powers or unpowers when the chain is broken. But I think I want to keep the general thing where if any joint in its chain is broken, we unpower the entire chain. So I'll just stick with that. So this would be like, multi-range. You know what? I wonder if I might, that might be just going way too far. I think if at any point any of the motors get deactivated, then I should turn off the entire chain. Yeah, I'm not even going to mention the angular limit part. That's kind of an insane number. Is that the maximum, like, of an unsigned double? No, this is a float. How is it even reading that? Oh, I think that's the maximum float. The maximum double that doesn't use E. Okay, no, there's just like garbage or something. That's funny. Okay. What is that value? Let's test. At the bottom, float max. Float max comes from an import up here, C float for float max. Okay, I'll just say whatever, 1000. You can be this precise or greater, and I'll just have the default. I will do export subgroup torque limit torque sweet torque powered. I think there is a way to get the max float because it's like that one is available, like max. It's a weird thing where the maximum float is like an available thing, is easily available in the language, but then the maximum int is hard to acquire. You have to like make something to get that. You have to make a vector and then you can get it. But the float maximum is just available. Somehow. Globals, GD script, constants. Global scope. The thing is, the constants isn't even accurate because everything that is an enum value is available. Jeez. I remember seeing it, and it was always the case that I wanted to be able to use the integer, but I was like, oh, well, the float one is just available. Somehow easily. It was somehow just available easily. Is the entire thing a proposal? Closed. Really? It's also in 4-7. Why don't they give the float? Okay. Well, I think you can just do like a vector 3. Float max. Why did they decide to not use? To not provide floats? It was C float? Yeah, it's C float. Float max is supposed to have a set value, right? Yeah, it is float max. Okay, well, I'll just copy it. Just paste it in there. And then I would have to have switches for the motors. Yeah, I only just want to enable, well, I guess this comes from the rotation axis that's enabled in the IK, and that's all that I really care about. But I guess I would also just like to have a regular export that says it'll be true by default. Get rid of that word. That's an extra word. Hey, Neko. Right. That's pretty good. Though, I... Usually I'm surprised when it compiles in the first try, so I don't really think about... I'm not really suspicious, I guess. I'm usually pretty happy when it compiles first try. Alright, does this make sense? Do all that, motor enabled. I would like to hide the slider. Hide control. Right, and then these need the suffix. I'll just copy it from here. Does this copy work? It does. Great. Okay. Powered, unpowered, motor enabled. Okay. So that would be the idea of that. I forgot about these. I actually do need to have these. Yeah. Well, these are on joints. These are not specifically the leg. This would go out here. I should just make this a resource, shouldn't I? Because I think these are probably identical. They should be identical. Right, and then these would be identical. But still different from these. Okay. So I think this should just become a resource at this point. I think that would make sense. Because of how many settings there are. And the fact that I would like to share them. Though it does mean... Yeah. Alright, I'm getting hungry. I am going to go get food. I'm gonna have to copy all these to a resource so I can even start to use that. Because I need to make sure these are the same values. Okay. I'll be back. I'm back. And then you ask her out, she returns 403. Great. Alright, I've got food. I'm going to eat. Whoops. This bread has so much flour on it. Just makes a mess. Who is Norma? I'm not making anyone do forced labor. I'm eating a ham and Swiss sandwich with sourdough bread. And the sourdough has a lot of flour on it. And it's a huge mess. Hi, Danilin. strategy for cleaning your room? Just do like one thing a day. Like something that would take you a few seconds. Right. They're okay. They're okay. No. They're okay. No. Good boy. Mm. You know, I've heard and seen for myself that their rooms are messier than a guy's room normally. We need like a new term for a large language model that is like a little bit as fast to say as AI. Because it's not actually AI. Like artificial. We need to call it AL. AL doesn't even work either because that's actually harder to say than AI. We could say LI. Nah, something about L is just really hard to say. there's nothing. It would have to be vowel-like. Or it has to like end with a vowel. Like, you could say bi. That's not so bad. Bad intelligence. Crap intelligence. CI. Okay. Well, I'll be back. Jesus will not go soft on China. What does that mean? Back. Okay, so wait a second. You guys might have come up with like a great, like, cosmological horror story. There's like this universe and a different universe, and people get moved out of this one to the better one. Or I don't know what makes it better, but that's I mean, that's a cool idea. It's really close to Iron Lung, except Iron Lung isn't like that. That's not the reason why like all the stars disappeared in Iron Lung. But that's like a neat idea though. That I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm just saying that that's not the reason. Also, it's not even a spoiler either, because it's like that topic is like totally, you gotta like brainstorm to even understand like that part of lore. Also, it's like 2 seconds into the game and the movie that the stars disappeared. It's the whole premise. Hey everyone. But if it was something, if it was something like that, and it was like following 2 different stories, okay, I'm not gonna think about it anymore. That's cool. That's cool though. There's a whole thing there that could happen. Okay, I need to convert this to a resource. So, so Shapecast. Yeah, Shapecast is just, well, yeah, so I have to give a collision mask. What does this collide with? Yeah. I have to give it a collision mask, a shape, and then I guess a target position. Yeah, there's so many interpretations of like that simple concept to universes that people are moving between. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to pull out of here. But it will all be central. And the big thing is that this target position and its mask should be the same on every leg. And then I have a transform. So the leg itself needs to be centered at the root bone of the chain. So leg joint, I need a leg layout. And then this should be joint list. The end bone would just be the same thing. Hit start, hit extra. Oh. Right, this is going to change to like a... That will change in the future. Not sure how it worked. God said that God will create something new. But their earth and people got saved. Okay. I haven't heard of that. Okay, so I have... This is joint list. The... Okay. Okay. I wonder if I should organize it there, like that. I don't think so. Also, I think layout might be bad. The wrong name. I would say like settings, but now... Okay, like layout it is. So I'd have the joint list, and then I want... I was going to say like parameters, but that's the same thing here. What would this be? I definitely want to make it a resource. I think the resource probably will include everything here. So I think I should call it leg settings. But now I have layout. Oh, also each joint would have... I say joint. Yeah, these would need to have like the mesh that I assigned to it and the shape. So collision shape. And then additional stuff for like extra joint connections. Like I could just set a beam and say like which ones it goes to, right? Like connect to main body or connect to a different joint body. Yeah, you can get a gifted sub just for like I don't even know what the minimum is, but I feel like I've opened a channel before, watched it for like maybe a minute, and then like a week later I get an email that I was gifted a sub for the channel. Probably not a week later. That would probably be crazy if they were like streaming consistently to get enough subs that a viewer from a week ago got one. Yeah, I'll call it crawler leg settings, and this will just be shared directly to here, and it would include all this stuff. And I'll also drop the target and the shapecast being an export. No, I won't, because then that would, yeah. Anything that it needs to have on scene load needs to be an export, so that way it can be saved. Because this construction is just doing it as a one-time thing. But I don't like layout and setting. How do I name this? All right, I'm going to name this leg plan. This becomes leg plan. Okay. I'll call it plan list. Okay, and then rename the file. Is this crashing? Yes. Godot crash. Is what? Okay. I feel like Godot almost crashed my computer starting up just then. Gemma 4 crashed my PC. What's the maximum integer value? Okay, that's a lot. So if I had to put How do I split them by like? Wait, hang on a second. How? Okay, I've sniped myself. How would you do this? There's gotta be... No, I don't want that. No, I don't want the format. I want to do like... What am I doing? What am I doing? Split string every nth character. Wow. That's cool. Regex. Text wrap. That just looks insane. A generator. Ah, what if you want to do it backwards? So you would... Is that a thing? Flipped. Then I would do this. And then I would... I don't even know. But that's billion, trillion, quadrillion. Quintillion. 18 quintillion. Okay. Alright, what else one? No, I forgot what I'm doing. Leg plan list. Leg layout. Leg joint. Leg plan. These are still terrible names. Maybe, I don't know, like plan and setting are still not distinct enough. I could say it's a leg IK plan. Does that make sense? A leg IK plan. They are related to IK very directly. Though it's not necessarily IK. Yeah, it's not necessarily IK. Okay. All of this. Okay, I can do it carefully. I can do it carefully. This one doesn't need to be a tool, I think. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't access anything. Though I think it is the case that in order to obtain a value that is a resource, the resource does not have to be a tool. To call functions on a resource, it has to be a tool. I think. I actually don't know. I don't know when things become a placeholder. And then I just made the mistake of cutting all that out before I... Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I guess this hasn't compiled yet, so it's not... I say compiled. It isn't processed yet. So here's the idea. I find these, and I update every use of this to be setting. And then I'm gonna have to do this a lot of times. Oh, what? Smart detection beta. Smart detection. Okay. Yeah. There's nothing more ironic than something be called smart detection, just blocking something weird. I like, not something weird, just blocking something that did not need to be blocked. Smart detection. Leg dot setting step. The language AI nerds love and some AI nerds and some humans love. I think Python's a great scripting language. But that's kind of it. It's nice for scripting. It's like the JSON of programming languages. Long live Lua. And they're gone. Okay. Yeah, so I probably should have done that. I probably should have waited. Oh. Whoa. Yeah, I actually need to bring those back really badly. Because I have to open the other one to look at it. Why can't I open a scene file in the code editor? Why can't I do that? Or could I? What if I tried? Open this. Did not work. Parameter SE is null. Yeah, okay. Lua and Nim are the only scripting languages that should be accepted by normal humans. Well, I said Python. I didn't say GScript. I think it was a mistake to come up with a custom scripting language. I absolutely would have preferred to be writing JavaScript here. Or Python. Just one of those two, I'd be fine with. And the expectations is you would just have a function that returns like your parameters. And that's how you define it. Or better yet, it would just be like a string thing, because I believe when you do import, I'm pretty sure, yeah, it looks for any comments like this and interprets them as documentation. So that would have been good to be like, I don't even know. It'd be something, right? I'm not entirely sure all what Python has for like these tags, but apparently this is a new thing. I've never learned them. I don't know what they are. But I think this exists in normal Python, something like it. And they could just have that. If it was JavaScript, I could just define the whole class. Or I guess Python would be the same way. Everything that you type would be assumed to be like in the body of a class. JavaScript usually sent to North Korea. JavaScript is really nice, honestly. All right, yeah, so I need to... Dang, I actually really kind of messed up. Okay, copy all of this back. Copy it all back. Put it back. And I'll just leave that setting there. Save this. Verify that big crawler bot doesn't have any changes. It has some changes. It's only doing that. So okay. Now I can restore if it messes up when I open it. Everything is still here. So if I were to change one of these values and hit save, I should see no diff, except for maybe setting could appear, but it probably shouldn't. What is that? What just happened? That's crazy. What is that? Okay, every single one of the joints just moved around for fun. The ID of the skeleton 3D changed for fun. What is going on? Why did all that happen? The masses all changed very slightly for some reason. That, I don't understand why that would have happened. But yeah, otherwise none of those settings changed. That can't be correct. That can't be correct. That is crazy what I'm looking at right there. What is that? Save again. Wow, it's really going... What? Leg IK. Oh, is it the hint? Node? Node path valid types. Node path to edited node? Not used by the end. Okay. Valid types. Okay, so I think putting the custom on there really messed with the default export for this. That's just kind of crazy. Watch that. What is that? Dude. All right. Thanks. Okay, so why is it like this? Why is it like this? Can I put a comment there? Yeah, because that's default. I hit save. Click here, click back. Leg IK. What is the export for a node? Because I click this and it's a node path. How is that handled in the... It is saved as a node path. So why does it act like this? Does anything here... target node? But this is also specifically a node path. Interesting. Oh, node type. Node type. And then that's normal. Yeah. That's not it though. Oh, that was it. It still changed the ID. But then that crazy thing is now gone. Okay, cool. So that's how I save that. So then I say there. And if I set it, I don't know how I would set that, but it's still saved as just the node path. So I'm guessing when I set the value and it saves it, it looks for, it gets the value and it does like, it calls like get node path or get path to or something like that. And then that's what it saves. That's probably what it does. Okay. So then I can save that storage, but it won't show up here. Oh, and then I think I said that these would also be the same way, wouldn't they? Yeah, these would be the same, exactly the same thing. They'd be the export custom node type with those values. So I'll make sure that these are set up too. So this would be a Shapecast 3D. This would be a marker 3D. So those are gone now, but they're still saved. So if I look, it's all, what was any of those changes? So I'm going to go ahead and hit, I'm going to close this and restore that file. Because I don't understand why it's doing that. Any of that. That's all ridiculous. Oh, I know why the mass has changed. And the bone transforms. Obviously. The bone structure changed. So of course when I hit save here, it's going to show all that because the z-axis, if I can see, or the roll, okay, I was going to say the roll is slightly different. Oh, the roll is different. Okay, good. And it's tibia and tarsus changed. And the masses changed very slightly because the lengths of them apparently changed. Somehow, the lengths changed. Okay, so now all that makes sense. Look at it one more time. Okay, so it still wants to change the ID. I guess I need to let it. Because it really needs to. Yet don't know why. Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Actually, I mean, this is just the simplest way to do it. I create a new setting, and then I will copy the values from here. Of course. And then I'll name it. I will name this the front and the back legs should be the same, I think. So I guess I would call this I don't want to say like front back or FB leg. I would like to say I'll just call this front. Front leg. And then I want to save. This is front leg setting. Okay. And then ground detection has to go in there too. So I'll just do that. And I have to make sure. Oh, it loaded right away. Cool. So the ground bone. Okay. So here's an interesting thing. Technically, I know which bone this is going to be. So I don't really need to save it like that. Because I just know that it's going to be the last bone of the chain. And this is already connected to a chain. So the setting is not necessarily per leg either. That's also the other thing why I can't do this here. That would make this one per leg. I want this to be like both front legs get this one. Get these settings. But then the bone is never an option. So this one loads it like this. And then, yeah, I think what I'd be looking for then is the ground bone ID will be saved. No, it, oh. This can't be in the setting. This one can't be in the setting at all. The other one can be in the setting, but this one cannot be in the setting. The other ground stuff can be there, but this one cannot. Because this has to be saved per leg, which is going to be part of the node. Because it needs to load. Yeah, it just needs to load. Any node specific stuff has to be on that node. But these other things should be shareable between legs. Okay. All right, so the front leg should be good. I can quick load that. Check that these are the same values. Yep. Cool. Middle leg. This one is a 0.9. Ground detection is not any different. Rest distance is 0.1. Move offset is 0.3. 25 degrees. Right. And then I check this one. Point 0.9, 0.1, 0.3, 25. Also, I think step distance should be... Okay, they don't necessarily have to be the same between all legs, so I won't make them that way. But these are at least now sharing. Detection is still the same. 0.9, 0.1, 0.5. Okay, cool. So now I have those saved. I can delete all of these because they're now loaded through the setting. And then I need the ground hit start and ground hit extra to load from setting. No, I'm just gonna drop that. Alright. Cool. And then these settings, I will close for save. Back here, leg plan list. Don't save. That's really annoying. What's your problem right now? You have no problem. You're just being annoying. Okay, reload project. It just wiped all the settings. That's cool. Thanks. That's exactly the kind of thing that I wanted to avoid happening by setting up resources. And I didn't save that resource yet. Or did I? I have femur joint saved, which was actually kind of the big thing anyway that I was following through. Yeah, I just deleted it. So okay. Front right to front right leaf. Leg setting, it'd be a front leg. We have 3 joints. Femur joints. These will be saved. You're so mad. I am. Why did it just clear the whole thing? Why did it do that? Let's call this normal. I'm typing the wrong thing. I want to save this one. Normal. Normal layout. Okay, it is now saved externally, so it cannot just decide to delete the whole thing. This is a leg plan. This will be the front left leg plan. So this is the front right leg plan. And then I save as. Bang. And now everything is saved. I would not be able to change the bone structure. I'd not be able to move anything around, and suddenly wipe all the data. Except, of course, if Godot decides to save over the whole thing and wipe it anyway. Okay. Invalid access to crawler on nil. Huh? These also need the, did I set that up? Like layout sets, yeah, it does. So why did it Fail. Whatever. They did just partner with Xbox. What are you talking about? You got an Xbox? I do. The new Gears seems like it will be an Xbox exclusive. Why would they do that? Don't they know? By exclusive, do you mean like you can still do it on PC? Actually, yeah, because a whole like marketing thing now was you can play Xbox games on PC. Oh yeah, Godot. Right. I saw that trailer and I was sad. I don't know anything about Gears. I've never played them. But I do know when stupid characters are being written. I do know when characters are being written to be stupid. Unreasonably. I think I forgot what it is. I should be saying like contrived. Writers are just writing things that are incredibly contrived. They want drama, and so they manufacture drama by just not putting any thought into like making the situation make sense to like keep you involved, but more just saying, oh yeah, this is the situation now. Now it's this way. And you have to, at least I have to actively not pay attention to what's happening. To have a chance of like enjoying what I'm seeing. Does seem playable on PC. Well, that's the thing. They're saying like everything is there was a marketing thing. I don't know how long it lasted. I only saw one piece of it because they had the voice actor who plays Master Chief from Halo do an ad read for it on like some video. And they're saying everything is an Xbox now, specifically your computer. If you have Windows, you can play Xbox games. So when they say exclusive, it's more just like Windows and Xbox. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Why does that happen? Every time I change something in here, it closes it. You know what? I think naming these joints is wrong. I need a synonym for a word. Synonym for segment. I want segment, but something shorter. Section. Section seems better. Yeah, I'll go with section. So it's not going to be a joint list. It's going to be a... Actually, I'll call it a part list. Probably leg part. Those seem better. Okay. And I think renaming here is better. No. I think I need to rename this, close it, and then try to rename. Also, I should not save that. Close. I'm going to make sure I'm looking at something else. And then try to rename this, and hopefully it doesn't crash. Okay, cool. Now, part and plan. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, part and... Dude, English. I like part more than I like plan. So, should I change? I should change plan to be something else. Leg. I don't think I want to reuse layout, but maybe I will reuse layout. But I do like plan. I don't think I'm gonna get anything. Scheme. Scheme sounds good. Plan as in goal? Interesting. Scheme does sound good. But that kind of conflicts with setting. A leg plan is layout here. Can I just click layout? Leg formation. That sounds great, actually. A leg formation. All right, leg formation. No, because a formation is like, nah, that's like format. Like format. A leg. If I think of the highest level, the leg config is the entire thing. So that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a leg config. This contains everything. It contains the part list. It contains the leg setting. And this can just go back to leg plan, probably. Nah, I'll just call it a leg config list. Okay. So plan is now a config. Close. And then it gets sorted up here too. Okay. Did you know black holes fade away slowly? Quadrillions of years ago, we know more black holes. I think the leading theory is that they reach a certain size and then they stop shrinking, actually. So they don't actually go away. They just get smaller. So they'll like layout, a config list, which has been wiped again, and then that crash Godot. How do they have... How? They simultaneously improved this and also made it worse at the same time. Right. And renaming these has broken this. So I need to... I didn't... Okay. I need to go manually fix these now because that's just, you know, that's how it obviously should work. When you change the name of a class, it just bricks. Because it doesn't link to the UID for some reason. Or, well, maybe it links to the UID, but then it changes the UID. So this is a... What am I looking at? This is a leg setting. The setting should be good. No. Okay. Okay, so this is a crawler leg setting in the UID. Right. It would be this one. Same ID. And then same thing there. Right, okay. Okay, so this one's fine, though it didn't change. This one would be... This one would be the leg part. So it needs... But that's fine. Okay, so it's fine. Then why is it acting like this? Why is it pretending like it failed to update the UID? Because it was just giving me no option. So this one definitely failed. The whole this but it couldn't have failed because I didn't even change this one. Okay, so I'm being trolled. I'm being trolled. I'm being trolled. So there are no problems with these. It is working. It just is not offering. It didn't offer what? Which one of these were not? A crawler leg config. It's here. It's this. The right leg plan. Which is a config. So the front right leg plan has the wrong ID. It has the right. Oh, it says the script class appears a leg plan. This is odd. Config. Leg setting. Crawler layout. Crawler leg part. So it did fail. It did fail to do some of these. Even though it has the right UID and updated this, it failed. Okay. Reload project. Don't save. The right leg plan. Why call it a config now? And these are femur parts, or leg parts, not joints. Right, so now when I do add and I do quick load, nice. Okay. And the part list got deleted. Femur. And this will be saved as tarsus part. I need to rename these. Okay, rotation axis, this is the x-axis, limitation. That one. And it keeps closing it. I feel like I should just save these. Yeah, honestly, I should just probably save these. So now this is cone joint at 90 degrees. And this will be cone joint 60 degrees. Or maybe I should just say these as like femur cone. Honestly, yeah, I'll just say these as femur. Femur cone joint limit. Okay. And what did I figure these should be? Would be? Negative Z. So it's probably positive X. I can check one of these. Z positive X, X negative Z. Yeah. Why does it keep making it small? I think this one used the same thing. This was given 120 degrees, which is actually probably way too large. But these ones sort of saved. They kind of saved. Didn't really. But oh, these are going to get wiped, so... Oh yeah, 120 is because it's actually 60 degrees either direction. That's right. Right. Okay. These leg settings. Front leg. Yep. I think it's more that arrays just kind of get broken. If you change anything with a resource technically in the inspector, that it just breaks it if it ever fails to parse. I think that's probably what it is. It just wipes the entire array when that happens. And I want this to go up to 10, and this would be... Oh, wait. Do I really want to do it? I think I technically do want to do it by tick rate. Or do I? Maybe not. Maybe not. I probably shouldn't. That was probably dumb. Yeah, I'm gonna say that was dumb. That didn't make any sense to do it by tick rate. Maybe it does make sense. Well, the only reason I would do that is if I want to be sure that the IK... Which actually, you know what? I think I do. I think I do want to be sure that the IK can't go too far. Because otherwise, I would basically go from 0 to max rotations instantly. So before I would say like 10, which would be times 100. It's 1,000 degrees per second. I'll say 100. So what 100 will do, divided by 100, would be... Not quite like that. It would be... Well, yeah, divided by 100 means I get 1 degree per physics tick that I can move. And then that would be split between... that would be split between 10 iterations. Though there is a possible issue where I need to make sure if I were to change the engine physics ticks, that would break every crawler layout. Okay. So I'm thinking maybe certain settings do need to be passed back into existing things. I just don't know how that would work. Because part of this is that I don't want to do anything until I click build crawler. But I said if I make everything a resource, then I can modify it in real time. Which still isn't true, because I'd have to set that up. Because this is made so it just creates the nodes, sets the values, and then it no longer interacts with the nodes. So maybe what I could do is if I know the layout, whenever I change any of these settings, I could possibly you know what, here's something interesting. What happens if I change I do this. Part list updates. I save this. Okay. I was wondering if the reason why this array keeps closing is because changing something in here causes this thing to update. Don't know. Okay. I've copied everything. I have, yep, everything's in there. Everything's here. So then these parts also need to have a I think I'm managing the body mass outside. The physics material override. Okay, so I think I might give each leg part a physics material override. So this is a physics material. So each part gets one of those. So I do IK. I'll actually put physics first, because I feel like I'm going to be changing that more often than anything else. And then of course a collision mask. So each part would be able to have its own collision mask if I want. Though I do wonder about this other stuff. I think for now I'll just include the things that I have definitely changed so far. So I won't include mass. Right, one bark. Does it really detect CD as being capitalized like that? Yep, and then I would need the layer and the mask. Flag, 3D physics. I'll do one, I guess. Was it nothing, dog? Red, it ain't that high. What? Okay. Oh. The dog needs to go out for sure. I gotta take him out. I'm just gonna get rid of rigid body. I mean, these are all so obvious. Alright, I'll be back. Taking the dog out. I'm back. Yeah, that's probably it. So then I would need a shape. And the shape will have an offset. So we'll start with the shape at the top. These are a shape 3D. And I think actually what I might have is a... No, I shouldn't make a complicated shape. It should just be really simple, one shape for a leg segment. Because this is going to represent the hitbox, basically. Collision and hip. Well, it's actually not going to represent the hitbox. It's going to represent the collision. Because the hitbox is going to be way larger than the colliders are. Colliders are probably already a little bit oversized as well. And they should probably be cubes. I say cubes. Boxes? Wait a second. Name for a special case of a cuboid is a hexahedron with quadrilateral faces. Cuboid. All right. So I probably, yeah, for these I probably should use like, I mean, Godot calls it a box. Box is fine enough. They probably should be boxes. Okay. But I can pick, right? So then I have a shape, and then I think I would just have the shape offset. Here, I think I should probably order them. I don't think so. No ordering. Just exactly like this. Alright, so leg parts just got more stuff. Then I have physics. And that'd actually be these. And here I can quick load. Technically I can load certain ones, but I don't think I want to do that. At this point I probably should just make a physics material for these. So probably like 0.8. Well, what is high friction? High friction is 0.9 and it's marked rough. So I don't think it should be counting as rough though. And it should probably be bounce. Should it even have anything like this? What makes something like, because I feel like if I take a metal pipe and throw it on the ground, it will bounce, but not in the sense of like being elastic. I guess that's the idea, right? Bounce is like how much can it how easy is it to elastically deform it? Is probably what bounce really is, right? How easy is it to deform elastically? If it's really easy to deform elastically, then it should have like 100% bounce. I guess that's also a question of, huh? What does that mean? This is probably why everything is using restitution instead of bounce on the back end. Because bounce just feels like a misleading term. I think of like a bouncy ball as being bouncy. But I wouldn't think of a metal pipe as being bouncy, yet both of them would react very similar to being thrown on the ground. They would pop right back up. Pretty much like to the same height that because they would just reflect off the ground. So a bounce of 0 would mean it was more like a deflated thing. Like if I took I don't know, a basketball and deflated it and threw it on the ground, it would like pancake and not come off the ground. But a metal pipe would not pancake. It would bounce and tumble and do all that stuff around. So I'm going to say like 0.5. Also, they probably aren't really that much friction. Yeah, like the actual material of metal, right? Metal, I think, is pretty smooth. So it'd have like really low friction. These birds are so silly. I'm just watching them. So one of these guys is just like laying down or something, and then there's another one like running back and forth like he's doing a Naruto run. Like he puts his head down and he fluffs his feathers out and then he runs back and forth. He's straight up just doing a Naruto run. That's so silly. Okay. All right. Metal. Yeah, probably like low. And probably like super. I mean, not super, but like more, right? Yeah. Save as. And probably for something like this, it might be smart to save this as more of a generic thing. I'll name it like metal. I'll just call it metal. And then it closes up everything. Yeah, material, physic, metal. Metal. Turn that on. And probably friction should be lower, but I'm not sure. I mean, if I think of friction as the smoothness of the surface, metal should probably actually be like really, like some of the lowest friction stuff. Like ice would be 0, right? And metal would just be a step above that. But it's also not rough. So when it's on ice, it would have no friction. Right? Okay. Okay, so now I want to copy in these shapes. Femur shape. Dog's gonna bark. All right. Did I copy this? Copy. In fact, I'll just save it here. This is femur. I will name it collision shape because there is in the future definitely going to be a hitbox shape, which will be similar but larger. Right? Yeah. Mid leg shape. Okay. tibia. Okay. So now this one's the femur. Cool. We'll make sure to save these. I will put these in a subgroup just because these are actually just that large. Okay. I wonder if it would be... I don't know. I was going to say, like, the layers could be resources, but that seems like it might just be getting a little resource crazy at that point. What else would there be? This would be positioned... do these both have the same location? They should have the same location. 1095, 915. 1095. Okay, not the same Y. Okay, so what's the shapecast doing here? Because... So this would be a leg setting. And this would be... related to... This is ground detection. I think I need, like, step detection. That is step parameters. and rename that group. Ground. Yeah, this will be more generic. Well, this will contain more than just the ground detection. Or this is going to eventually be more than ground detection. It's gonna be like grounds, I don't know, ground something. I would have like a value for the start and the extra, right? So how to do the raycast, the shape of this raycast. I think I have said that this shape needs to match the step, but maybe that's not, maybe it is fine. Would it make sense? Maybe, okay, maybe this makes sense. When I'm looking for a step, I would start with a raycast to detect if I have a hit. And if I have a hit, then I would use a sphere cast. And I guess the idea is that I might have more complicated step finding logic, which would do many raycasts. And basically the idea was it would start from the location that would most prefer to place the leg, and gradually scan backwards, growing that range. Would a raycast be... I mean, a raycast should always be faster than a stepcast, but is a raycast... How many of those do you have to do before it is faster than just doing the sphere cast every time? I think this is the logic. I would start with a sphere cast in the place I would like to land. When that fails, I flip to raycast until I get a hit, and then I use a sphere cast to determine a more precise location. Okay. I think it's actually not even relevant right now. I mean, not I think. 100% what I'm talking about is not relevant. I'll group everything in the same place. And then I'll say this out loud. When I cast the shape, the sphere, and I get a hit position, I think what I should calculate instead is not that hit position, but the bottom of that sphere is where the leg would go to. Right? So if I cast forward and I hit the side of a wall, I don't want the leg to try to plant its center point right there. I want it to get its sphere to hit that point. So what I would do is I would calculate essentially I think the unsafe distance, or I guess the safe, it'd be the unsafe distance probably. I calculate that. And so then the leg target is to move the leg to that area. And then I think the idea would be to travel the leg. If the leg is not colliding with the ground, travel in the direction of where the hits specifically happen. Right? Using the centers of spheres. And treating the leg as essentially being a collider that whose sphere is like at the bottom of the leg. But the sphere is up here. So let's say, all right, move it here, and then I would like move it into the wall. That's how that would work. That might be getting too crazy, though. Shake the leg. That might be too crazy. I'm not sure. So now I'm thinking about it. I would rather that the bottom of the leg is hitting the wall. And that would be a difficult thing to make happen. It would essentially have to like... That'd be too much work. I don't know. Maybe that one just is acceptable because... I mean, probably what I should really do in that case is just have a smaller collider that's still a sphere. Maybe center it at the end of the leg. And then that would have to be a spring. And it would recall its impact position. So it'd be small enough that the leg appears reasonably close to the wall when it's on it. And it would then be like sticking to the wall at that point. Definitely an issue is like wall climbing, like going 90 degrees. I don't exactly know what to do about that yet. That's for later. That's for future. I just know that right now I need to stop thinking about it. The shape to use for ground detection. And it would just be this. I'll just call it ground cast shape. Leg. Leg. I'll just call it cast shape. Yeah, okay, what happened there? So it did set cast shape twice. Okay. So there's just some weird editor bug that causes this whole thing to collapse. For some reason. Or is that just... Interesting. I might understand why. And I think the purpose is that it doesn't want... Yeah. It doesn't remember specific array elements that are open. So if you're working inside of an array, it's going to close these elements like that. But still remember the internal state until you hit another array, and then it stops. Here's a like cache shape. Cool. What else do I have? I would say collision mask, but this should be identical to... Yeah, this is where repetition stuff is being saved. This should just be identical to... Oh, hang on. Okay. The collision layers of the individual parts. Should those all be shared by the full leg layout? I think there might be a case that certain parts would have different layers. And then ground detection would have its own. I mean, in this case, it makes sense because I would turn off like projectile or something. And character. Like, I don't want the step thing to be detecting characters, and like I would only want it to walk onto world objects. Right. So I still don't want to call this ground detection. I'm going to call this ground... I'll just call it ground. Ground parameters. And then... this again. Leg part. Although this doesn't need a mask. It does need a mask. Never mind. Hello, Octavia Bleak. This would have a layer. It's not going to be used yet, but the layer would be for... No, it would not have a layer at all. Yeah, there would be no layer. Because I can just leave that out then. It's only a collision mask. Ground collision mask. I didn't think that would work using the prefix like that, but apparently it did. It does now. How are you? I'm alright. I am tired though. I'm getting pretty close to stopping. How are you? So yeah, that would be the mask. Though now that I look at it, I would actually like every leg to definitely 100% share these. So now I'm thinking that should be too many resources. How about I just have, I could make leg step parameters, leg ground parameters. Working on the skeleton. I'm good. That's good here. Yeah, this guy. I just have such a... Is there a way to expand everything? There's probably... Oh, yeah. I just have so many things that are all duplicated. And they're all very, very similar. And they all have a very specific layout that I want to keep. And at this point, I'm just going to make it like a procedural thing. So I can just do everything as a resource. And I can set everything up and I can duplicate everything that I need to duplicate. And then I would just hit like build and it'll put them all together. Because otherwise this is too many things to at this point it's if for one thing, which I'm probably going to make at least one more of these of, maybe two. This is too much stuff to manage every single bit individually. It's too much. So I'm trying to reorganize it so I don't have to do that. Basically, I'll just be able to copy this resource, give it a new skeleton, and it would work. And change whatever I needed to change. But I definitely think I want ground parameters to be the same. Because otherwise I'd be writing this 6 times, and if I ever change any of the masks, if I change... Well, the shape will be fine, because the shape is going to be shared anyway. But if I'm like, oh, you know, I think the hit stuff is too small. Or maybe too large. Yeah, I think I just want to probably split those two. So instead of having... setting, it would be step parameters. And then ground parameter. Is there anything else that I would make it? Because if I'm going to do a third thing, then I definitely want to do this. What would the third thing be? If I have them have springs, I think they'll just be contained instead of ground. Okay, well, if this is front leg, I would only have 3 of these that I need to work with anyway. Maybe it's fine. I won't do it. Maybe it's fine for now. Okay. Is there anything else that I need? I need to have something with it being breakable. I need to have something to turn on to add like a beam joint and give the settings for that. Man. I guess I just wish there was a way to make this stuff work a little bit better without me having to copy every single parameter all the time. Because now I would have to copy 10 more things just for this. For a part. I could fix this by just having a setting or a resource. And so the beam pivot joint 3D would only read from a resource. That was all of its settings. Right. I'm just wondering, is there any way that I could do this where I could just like copy in exactly the stuff without having to write it all here? Like, can I... What it would be is like, this would open up, or this would like import... Somehow we get this class, and it would obtain its parameter list, its property list, and it would add that entire property list to its own property list. That's how that would work. Then I don't have to make a new resource. Though it does mean that if I were to change any of these names, it would break. It would definitely just break. I guess they break anyway like that. Yeah, they would just break anyway. But then I'd have to set up like a revert, and then I have to read in the default by creating one and then just reading its value and saying this is what the default is. I think I just make it a resource. As silly as it is. So my head out, take care. Alright, I won. You too. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up pretty soon. I can feel myself falling asleep. This is a beam pivot joint 3. I'll keep the same name. Very, very similar name. And so now this will all be copied. Oh. Okay, well, I mean, on the bright side, all these are just calling update joint. So in this circumstance, it's not so bad. I can just do a signal. But what does update joint do? I think update joint actually does a lot of things. Yeah, it's called by the ready function, so it must do the full setup. Yeah, it calls get node. So instead of this, these would all have to be emit changed. I could technically put a signal on it, though I don't really want to do that. Or create a signal. What is emit signal? Why is this a thing? Why does it return an error? Such a weird. I'm sure that's probably just a carryover. Because they mentioned C# there. I'm sure that's just what this is. You're not really supposed to use it. Because you can just write the name of the signal and then .emit. So yeah, beam joint would just have a setting. And when it readies, it will connect. And when it changes, okay, it's more like, I think in the case of resources, the setter is always called, guaranteed to be called, because it will be set to something. And if it's set to nothing, then you don't care. Is connected to update joint. I'll just write this into a function. Keep it simple. I don't think I have to check. Yeah, otherwise, if I want to do something different for a different property, so far everything that changes I want to call update joint on. But if I were to do this again, I would have to connect this to like a setting change, and the setting change would have to read the name of what changed. In fact, change doesn't even tell you the name of what changed. So what's even the point of it? Right? And I think a second issue with this is that this would be emitted every single time. So I think what I'd rather do is like queue and emit changed. So I can be sure that it's not gonna call more than one time. Okay. I gotta do some goofy stuff. Why is Q just... Why is it like that? Why is that word like that? Setting change queued. False. Otherwise, I set this to setting change queued to be true. And then I would... Actually, let me call that update joint queued. Because this is specifically related to that method. Not the fact that setting changed. Update joint queued is true. Call deferred. Then every time this runs, make sure that's set to false. Okay. Because otherwise, I'm sure it will call this like 5 or 6 times, and then it would just rebuild the joint 5 or 6 times, and that would be really, really annoying. Especially if it was doing that for... Wow, yeah, that'd be a really good idea. Because if I suddenly try to load like 10 crawlers, it's gonna... And they all have 12 beam joints, and each of those 12 beam joints... So it's already 10 times total, so it's already 120 rebuilds. And then each one of those would have 4 settings changed, so times 4. So 48, 480 joint rebuilds. That would be crazy. So yeah, that's a really good idea. Just call deferred. Bring the signal. And then wait until that's called. I'm gonna write it this way. Queue update joins. Ready should call queue update joint, I think. Well, actually, this one has to run right away. So this one does have to go right away. The reason for that is I need to... I have to construct this distance joint. No, I don't. I don't. I queue up the joint here. That's fine. Okay. Wait. Why was this working? So ready gets called here. I defer the add child. Physical skeleton sets up. Oh, it's because it defers until... So that deferred call is sitting there waiting to be processed. And then we get up here to the physical skeleton and we call this. So this one is actually ordered after it, which is why this can locate it, even though it's technically... That's really not good, though. It's really not good. But that's why it works. Okay. I was just really suspicious about these because now the physical skeleton runs through those joints and moves all the bodies out. Which means when it does that, every one of those joints needs to be on the node. Or at least before it calls setup, they need to be on the node. And this is deferred. Okay. Ugh. All right. All right, I think I gotta wrap it up now. I gotta stop now. Okay, what have I got? I've added that. Core leg has changed significantly. I think I just need to go to the debug and turn the debug stuff off now. Or I don't. Or I don't. Did I turn all the debug off? Oh, I did. Okay. I don't remember doing that. Strange. Okay, but now everything is loading from setting. Rollerbot scene. I'm gonna hold off on this. because wait, why is one of those a sub-resource? Front left, front right. Middle left, middle right. Back left, back right is a sub-resource. Why is back right a sub-resource? Wait, is that main? Oh yeah, this is main crawler bot. I definitely don't want to do that. Yeah, I definitely don't want to do that. I really don't want to modify it. Yeah. Okay. Shoot, hang on. I messed up. I did kind of, I definitely did mess up. Okay. So git log. Is there like a way to do restore staged I? Oh, P. Unstage? Yes. Unstage? No. No. Yes. No. Yes. Split that. Split that. Yes. No. No. This is taking a lot of effort to say no when I want to keep it. I wish it was like keep this hunk instead of unstage. All right, cool. So the reason I had to do that is I need to move crawler character and crawler leg back. And then this needs to go on to the previous commit. And I never pushed yet. That's great. Okay. So I have to do a force push there. So I will do that now. Okay. And then I'm adding that. It's going to be a work in progress thing. I just want to send it out because this is actually a lot of stuff. Now this scene, I don't want to send this yet. I need to remember to go back to this and fix it. Hopefully I can remember to do that. Let me put it on this list. This is a good to-do list. Up here. To do now. I'll send that to do along with it. And is that really... Well, this is all... and then what's... I mean, yeah, that's the only thing. Okay. And then I'm not going to add breakable joint, but I'm going to add all the other ones. That old folder. That. That. Well, there's that many things. Jeez. Okay. What is that? Oh, proc crawler bot. Yeah, that would make sense. Because I just duplicated the whole thing for a test. Should I commit that one? I think I'm not going to commit that one because this is definitely a test, so I'm not going to do that one. Yeah, definitely don't actually send that. That is meant for preparation. Setting it up, testing it, make sure it works before I run on the real thing. All the settings. Setting resources. Good. Color layout. Like config. Art. Like setting. The metal material. The beam joint changed. Oh, and that's supposed to go to the... It's kind of silly that I wrote that like that. Go down to the code. Right. Okay. Start. Procedural crawler creation. Each And a lot of things are meant to be shared or based on the skeleton. Based on the skeleton, but not dependent on it. This causes high case settings to effectively drop when bone names are lost. Okay. Um, it's not really generation, but yeah. The key phrase procedural generation is immediately thought of like, oh, like terrain. Or randomness. No randomness. Like I'm literally writing a recipe. I'll even... Man, yeah, why is that? Procedural generation to me, it just means random generation, but following an algorithm. Whatever. feel like it's enough explanation. I don't know why I had to explain all that, but I did. I definitely didn't have to. I could have just said start and then no additional message. In fact, I like it so little, I'm going to amend the message and delete all of it. Well, create resources for leg aspects. No generation yet. Okay. I really needed to change that message. Okay. And then this should all be nothing. Yeah, basically nothing. Alright, cool. Alright, that's it for today. I will be back tomorrow to continue this. And hopefully things can be in a way that I can really iterate and work on it. Because if I cannot add breakable joint as a node to every single one of these and like change their force. Like this is crazy. There's too many things now. And then yeah, I think what I also need is probably some kind of live connection. So while I'm in the editor and I'm changing values in here, everything would have to call out to do like emit the fact that the resource changed, and the crawler the layout would listen to it and go into all the nodes that it's made or it's managing in the editor at the moment and update them. So I could basically go in here and say if I was like, oh, you know what, I think all the femur shapes need to be a little bit longer, and then I can adjust their offset, and then that would just happen for all 6 of them at once. Or if the game was running and I was like, and I want to say, I mean, the physics material doesn't really do anything because it's already going to be shared between them, so I wouldn't have to manage that one. What other settings would it like? I think the step parameters, right? This was not on a resource. I would have to change this for 6 legs every single time. So instead I could say, all right, let's see what happens if I don't know, I think like the back legs or something have like a different move offset. I can't remember. But stuff like that, I could modify them. And I would be able to run it around and mess with the parameters as it's going. I mean, if these ones are resources, then it's actually fine. Definitely something like this, right? The hit start, the hit extra. Well, that one's actually a resource. That one's still technically a resource. What is not really a resource? The IK settings. Yeah, the IK settings would be impossible to change. But I could change them for every single femur part at one. I mean, this would be the big one, really. I would also have motor settings, I'd be able to go to like the Tarsus and manage its rotation angles, and eventually I would have the beam joint here, so I could modify the beam joint settings. Well, the beam joint would also be a resource, so that was also managed, but at least things that directly connect to IK. I mean, the angle actually doesn't count too because it's also a resource. But I don't know, maybe it was kind of already set up for me. Huh. Well, also not, because I think right now the motors would be copying this, but they wouldn't live update. So the motors would have to listen to this resource and connect to it to update. But this would probably manage that connection. This would probably remember. There's some way to connect that there. I can't say right now, because it's a little bit more complicated than what I'm trying to make it sound like. But alright. That's it for today. Thanks for watching. Well, like, collision masks, definitely. Those would be able to change while it's running. I don't know why I would do that. Torque limit would be good. I'd be able to connect every single individual joint that was created with that one and modify them. Alright. That's it. I'm just rambling. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye.